Well, maybe I didn't go live. How about now? Well, it might take a bit. Just sworn I went live. Maybe now. Okay, thank you, Pepe. C, this is an interesting one, only because guess what they're famous for? Guess what C is famous for, guys? They are the inventor of bubble wrap. Who knew? So C is the inventor of bubble wrap, C, and they're looking maybe to be taken private by this company called Clayton Dubilier and Rice. Can take private talks. Yeah, so C, the inventor of bubble wrap. BTDR is down on up to a $400 million financing, registered direct offering, 10.7 million shares. So this is BTDR down because of that. Disney's an earnings play. DIS is an earnings play. And it is down 5.5%, right at the 200-day moving average. So that is an important level for it to maybe maintain or take out. The 200-day moving average is 110.16. So you can see at 110.19, it's right at that 200-day moving average for Disney, DIS. Cisco. I know you waited around, I think, for Cisco William yesterday. Cisco, CSCO. Really didn't disappoint, up 5%, all time high for Cisco. Fly, Fly is an earnings play, up 20%, not a high float, not a low float, 77 million in the float, and it is right at that 200-day moving average also. Okay, so that's Fly. That ENGN down here. Yeah, so ENGN, big day 2 days ago, a blah day yesterday, closed a little bit below the close of the previous day. It's starting to run a little bit now, ENGN. Webtoons, WBTN, another earnings play, guys. Gap, wow, big gap down on earnings, 24%. Gapping down on earnings. Is this an all-time low? No, no, it is not an all-time low, but gapping down on, well, of course, you can see it right here. There's a weekly low. Next weekly low is 883. So there's a ton of room underneath on the weekly chart for WBTN. Not very many shares right now for me. At Interactive Brokers, it wouldn't surprise me if they get snapped up. I'm not going to do anything pre-market. Only 10,000 shares available at Interactive Brokers to short. Market is, yeah, market's moving down now, guys. All right, APLD, another one. Let's see. I think this is another earnings play. Is it? I don't think it's an earnings play, actually. Where did I see it? APLD. The reason I looked at it, look left, guys. I mean, look at the room. It's got $22. So it got $3 to the next low. Okay, that's APLD. I think it's going to, keep moving down and reaching that area, but certainly data centers, quants, nukes, crypto. CLBT. This is I don't know if it's an earnings play. Let's take a look. Yeah, CLBT is an earnings play, so a good earnings play so far. A lot of upgrades for this one, CLBT, from need all around the say the 23 to 25 level. So the stock's at 19. I see Deutsche Bank, I see JP Morgan, I see Needham, I see Wainwright, a bunch of analysts upgrading this CLBT to the 23 to 25 mark. Okay. Doesn't mean it's going to get there, of course, but so this is an earnings play and obviously positive reaction so far to its earnings play, CLBT. Shares available for me to short if the market continues down. A lot of these ones that flew in the pre-market. Well, this is an earnings play, so it can trade on its own, not caring as much about what the overall market's doing. I think IBN is an earnings play. Cheap one, IBN is an earnings play. Yes, it is IBN. This is a pretty low float, 17 million in the float. TNM, okay, I guess I should mention. Sorry, the TNMG. This is a sub $1 stock. For those of you now, look what it did. Got right into the 200-day moving average. See that? That's the 200-day moving average is 75 cents. And what did it get to? About a little bit above it. A little bit above it. Well, quite a bit above it on a percentage basis. But it's right now it's sort of around the 200-day moving average. Had some news, getting higher after the company announced a partnership with Coupang to expand content commerce and the retail media ecosystem. So that is the news for TNMG and Coupang. Seen Coupang for a while. CPNG. I think I have covered everything that's on. I had a big list of stocks to just take a look at. And there are more in here. I know there are more in here. I was looking more for IBM had earning. Okay, I haven't mentioned IBM this morning, but okay. Is that I did not mention IBM this morning. Maybe my diction. No, no. Well, if I did, it was a mistake. Oh, IDN. That's what it was. It was IDN. Okay. In more proper diction. IDN had earnings. Okay, not IBM. No, it's me. I got to improve on my diction. Obviously, Mike. All right. What other ones that I haven't mentioned? I mean, there's just so many. A lot of earnings plays. Another earnings play coming up next week, though, the 17th. SGBX. Now, the next high looking left for this one, 372. There's room. Yeah, there's room. If there's any news on this one, I don't see any specific news for today. Had a nice day yesterday. SGBX. Thank you, William. Well, it's an all-time low. PFSC is an all-time low earnings play, and a lot of shares available at Interactive Brokers. 615,000 right now. Too short. Too short. Well, it'll be interesting to see today if we still got that. The value stocks versus growth stocks. See if we get that differential again. Disconnect. That's the word I was looking for. The disconnect between the value in the growth stocks. Certainly the last 2 days, the Dow's went up quite a bit. PaySafe is trying to have some news here. PaySafe and NVDA announced strategic partnership to advance payments innovation. Is that DAVA? No, that is DAVA. Okay. DAVA was pretty active this week. Meanwhile, yeah, PSFE just continues down. The new low is so yeah, some of these stocks that are just absolutely high flying. There's a IREN, whoop, I'm not even sure if they're actually a miner. They're not really a miner. Data center business powering the future of Bitcoin. ZAR, there's another one that's flying high a few days ago. DHAR. So, okay, look at the action on this one. Imagine if you looked at this and thought, wow, okay, because, you know, Theramun rises after the USA backs its opioid overdose prevention drug plan. Pretty good, right? It's really good, right? Sure. Pop up, get up to 395, and then just completely and utterly sell off. And of course, it's a low float, 7.3 million in the float. Not crazy low, but low. Yeah, a few shares available for me, 15,000. You can kind of see there looks like there's pretty decent support, not that far away. Well, look at the weekly, look at the daily chart for THAR. So that is some wild action, though. Big positive jump, and then just a big sell off. And that is for the THAR. Not sure how to approach today. I mean, are we going to have a day like we had? What was it, 2 days ago, where we had the SPY, a big move down, and then a big recovery, which made bounce play is absolutely fantastic, and that continue in the gap scan. But at the beginning, we had a lot of really nice gap up and then reversals. Actually, not a lot of them because there were not that many stocks that were gapping up based on what the market was doing, but we had a few. I'll of course have that scan up and running in a bit. This was a big one from yesterday. SPRU. Here's the close of yesterday, so it's a little bit below the close of yesterday. Well, okay, ACVA. So the next high looking left, a lot of room. Okay, 648. Got hammered down, I guess, on earnings 5 days ago. Kind of in this area now. So it's above right now as we speak. It's above those highs. And so the next high looking left is 652. That is for ACVA. And okay, well, there's a director who's putting his money where his mouth is. Well, I don't know if he's been a mouthpiece for him, but he's a director. So he bought $5 million of common stock, about $912,000. Just don't have the price he bought at. Well, I could divide that. It's going to be around this price. A little bit above $5. We'll call it 577. Okay, I'm going to call that around 577 that he bought these almost million shares. That's pretty impressive. Seriously, that's pretty impressive. I can find. Interesting. Well, there's your news, and pretty decent volume. It's a big float, $164 million, 164 million shares in the float, and that's for the ACVA. Yeah, anything crypto related, nuke related, quant related. I mean, at some point they'll probably have a bounce. I don't know about today, but at some point. But boy, right now, nobody wants them. I shouldn't say it like that. Nobody wants them. Somebody out there wants them, but certainly not like before. I mean, the RGTI is a massive move down in less than a month. It's cut in half, less than a month. All right, guys, what I'm going to do now is I'm going to get my 9:30 layout up and running. So give me a moment as I save my layout. Give me a moment, guys. I don't know what- Uh, getting that error message. Okay, guys. So what you're seeing here, where's my? There we are. So these are the top six. Remember, I had the pre-market actives up. Now we're the top 15. Now this is the top six. I think I've talked about them all. There's the MRSN, the IDN, Fly, C, LVLU, and SGBX. So these are the top six. Top six in that these are the ones that are up the most percentage wise. Okay. I'm just wanting to see if anything gets ticked into here in the compare count window. And just waiting to see if anything else is sneaking in here that we didn't talk about or didn't see. Some stock out of nowhere, all of a sudden a big percentage pop. Well, there's the Cisco guys. I mean, that's what this market does. Well, you can see right here, maybe the market found a little bit of a bottom here. When I say the market, I'm talking the SPY. Okay, so Wayne, there is an option for you. Okay, yeah, this started this week. It's something that the streaming platform that we use to. All you have to do is pick this one. Okay, if you can see, that's what you're on. You should be able to see this also. Okay, this is you have choices. This is more for mobile. Okay, talking to Wayne in our YouTube room. Just have to be able to find this. There are two streams going. Just click on that one. Okay. Hopefully that'll work for you. Let me know if that worked, Wayne. Okay. It's just a matter of choosing the other one, which I'm pretty sure is in landscape. Again, good, good. Yeah, this is something that we use StreamYard to stream into YouTube and Twitter, etc. And they sprung this on us on Monday without, well, I didn't see any. So we struggled for a while to figure out, well, why is this happening? Man, I don't like this idea surfing automatic. Every time, stop it. All right, guys. Well, getting set for this open. Now, typically I do not trade in the first 15 minutes. I try to let things settle down a little bit. And I've been paying a lot of attention now to the gap continuation or reversal scan, and this will not populate until at least 9:45, and that is by design. We have what we call a count filter or a time filter, and you can control when you want to start seeing alerts and when you want to stop seeing them. Just using the time of day. So I put a 15-minute. It's on a delay. I shouldn't call a delay. It'll just start giving me data. Now, not 100% will something happen at 9:45, but nothing will happen before 9:45. All right, guys. Let's see. The market is 15 seconds to the open. So let me just get rid of these. And we should start seeing something in here. Movers to the upside, downside, right at 9 o'clock or 9:30. Sorry. All right, guys. We are now open. Nothing. There we go. Now I saw this Billy BILI earlier, and it was just getting thumped. Bill. There's the ONS. ONDS is this is an earnings play, and it's doing really well. A big float. That's a big move, 20%. 20% with 355 million in the float. That's a bit to me anyway. That's a big move. Um, I mean, $7 looks like could be resistance. Curiosity Stream, CURI is an earnings play. Didn't see this in the pre-market really. Didn't see it because it wasn't up enough. Now it's up enough, 22%, but didn't see it. The next high, yeah, I say I just have this feeling that between here and 5, it could easily stall. Look at ONS, guys. Wow, ONS is just ripping. ONDS. ONS is ripping. Now, coming right into that high, 695. That's what that red line, that purple line. Now, if it takes that out, 764 is the next high. A lot of times these stocks just don't listen to me. I always think they're going to be blocked at that next high, at least for a while. That's just the way I trade, guys. So, others may have a completely different idea and thinking, you know what, that doesn't matter. 26 million shares have traded, 47 times normal up to this time of day. This is time of day sensitive. The ARDT, there's Onion from ONON. So earnings play yesterday got up to $44, closed down here at 41. So kind of sold off a bit, coming back a bit today. Now let's take a look at the opening. We're talking 9:32 now. So there's the opening 5-minute bar. Remember, this looked like maybe a bit of a comeback here. Nope. Now LFS just got halted on the way up, halted on the way up. You guys were in the room yesterday late. I was talking about maybe keeping an eye on QH. Now we did do it, but only for a very short period of time. We're talking about a break of 150, and yeah, on that, well, that's a 30-minute candle. By the way, but it did get up to. Where did it get up to? It almost got up to $2, but then it just came back down. I was surprised. La Rosa is halted on the way down. LRHC. This is probably an all-time low. Yeah, this will be an all-time low. Very close to it. So let's take a look, guys. So there's PAAS. This is a silver play. No, it's an earnings play. Okay. It is an earnings play. So it is trading based on earnings. I thought maybe gold and silver were having a pop. So that is PAAS. GTI continues down. Had a pop though. Look at this move. Get up to 27.40 and right back down to 26.23. And look at, I mean, well, I don't like trading in the first 15. Look at the ONDS. Look pretty positive. Look at that move. I mean, I got up to right through 7, up to 710, and then right back down to 634, just like that. Qubit, QUBT, where's the quant? Just is an all-time low, no. most of these look like they've just been cut in half, more than cut in half. $25 here, $10 now. And I'm just waiting. 9:45. This will start to make sure all my strategies are checked. Yes, they are. I'll go over this in a bit. I just want to see what sort of alerts we get. And again, if you're wondering, well, why don't I just and you can do it. I mean, I'm sharing this. I am sharing this on my homepage, the gap continuation or reversal scan. I am sharing it. If you want to see it, active right at 9:30, you can go ahead and do that. I can show you how. I just like to delay it for 15. And these stocks are just going to, do the gap up and down, up and down, up and down. Well, ONON, it's trying to have it's trying to have a continuation of earnings. There was earnings yesterday. True continuation would be taking out the high of yesterday, in my opinion. It's an earnings play guys. BN, 34.57. Next low looking left. This is an earnings play, BN. Yeah, I'm looking at, I see Bitcoin, IBIT, as William is saying, it's getting closer again to 100K. All right, so LFS opened, it got halted, and it did just open, and the halt was at 649, so it's still below the halt price. It's a little iffy for me, but I missed my entry. I missed my entry on it. Well, maybe it's a good thing. I'm looking at the spread now. So what do I mean by that? So a lot of times, sometimes what I'll do when a stock gets halted, so you see LFS got halted at 649. If it gets down below the halt price, not by a huge amount, but gets down below the halt price and then pops through that halt price again, a lot of times I will take that trade. So Andrea, can you come into the main room and show me? The only thing I can think of, just make sure, okay, just make sure, and remember now, it's only on an alert window, okay? An alert window, not on a top list window, okay? I'm sure you know that, but an alert window, you can put it on your price alert window, and if you have the AI on your AI, I'm talking to Andrea in our YouTube room, talking about not getting a sound. Just make sure also, okay? I mean, it's possible. If you see what I'm pointing at, you see where it says Brokers Plus and then Idea Surfing. There's a little, there's a little icon, a sound icon. Make sure there's not a slash through it. Okay, make sure there's no slash through that because that'll cut off all your sounds. Okay, you see what I'm pointing at. The only other thing I can say to you is if because you can't put the link in YouTube. Okay, can you come into the main room and then give me the alert window that you think you should have a sound alert on it, and I'll load it on my end, and I'll see what's going on. Okay. So if you click on my homepage link, click on my homepage link. and then where you see trading room, go into the trading. It's free also. Okay, go into the room because you cannot post links in YouTube because you can post them in the room. And I'll take a look at it. I'll see, if I get a sound on my end. Probably something really, hopefully simple, but I can't help. Okay, here's the CLBT, guys. A lot of this is the one I talked about. Had a bunch of price targets in the 23 to 25 range. We would have got to though. We would have got to right up to that area on the daily chart, 1964, got to 1955, and that was the stalling. All right. Well, then, if you're in the new room, if you're in the trading room now, just um, paste the link in, the cloud link, okay? And then I'll take a look at it. You're going to get an echo, okay? You're going to get an echo if you have the sound on in both rooms, because there is a slight delay in YouTube. Wow, look at the market, guys. So the opening gambit, we're down, we're moving down, and now we don't have the Dow up, okay? Like the last few days, the Dow's been up a lot. Okay, now I hope it's not a layout. Okay, good. Let me take a look. Okay, so this is the scan. Let me take a look at what you've done in actions. Okay, play sound, set up sound, text to speech. So you want the females. Okay, so now I've just got to wait for something to happen. What are your filters like? Hey, you've got three 69 cents, $15. Now the volume in the last minute, 15,000% of normal. That's pretty. So are you saying you're not getting any? You actually saw some alerts here? Because 15,000% of normal. And the stock was up between 30%. Okay, that could be. I wouldn't, I would probably have to have that, but 15,000% of normal. Volume in last minute. Okay. I just have to wait to see if you're going to get any alerts. Okay. So all I can do is wait. I'm not getting any alerts yet. But you know what? Why don't I do this? Get rid of this. Okay. So there. Okay. Let me, 943. Let me see. Okay. So I'm just playing it. Okay. I wanted to see if I could hear it in the test mode. Yes, I can. I just got to wait for another one to come in. The volume is high enough. I the reason I didn't get the alert for TGE was because this was the last. Because when I loaded this, I think it was at 9:44. So it was showing this one because that was the last one. But I want to see if I get another. You know what? Why don't I just really make it simple and I'm going to get rid of that also. I just want to see. Okay, I'm getting it. Okay. All these alerts, she's talking to me, the female voice that's talking to me. Okay. So I don't know what's going on your, I'm getting a ton of alerts. All these alerts are coming in, and I'm getting the female voice with all these symbols. So I don't know what's going on your end. I honestly don't. I don't think I can help you because it's working on my end. Okay. And you're 100% sure that's not a slash, okay, through here, because that just turned them all off right now for me. Well, I only changed the parameter, Andrea, just to get some alerts coming in, okay? Otherwise, you're not going to get very many alerts with 15,000 times normal on 1 minute. But if you change that and just tell me if you're getting alerts, I have to turn it off. It's driving me crazy. Okay. Now, let me see if I missed any here. So fly, gap up and reverse. Let's see if at 2098. So this is the gap up and go, CLBT. The original alert was at 1964. And well, look, if it takes this out, there that red line right there is the next high. And that is 2053. So a little bit of room, 2053. Not a ton of room. Here's the gap down and go, the PSFE. I wonder. This is very interesting to me. Looks like the low is here around 777. So this has got a lot of room, guys. The JMIA has got a lot of room. It was an earnings play yesterday. It was pretty good. Well, actually, it wasn't. It was decent for a while, and then it sold off. And then low looking left, 945. So there's certainly room. So Andrea, when you reduce some of your filters, and now you're starting to get a lot more, are you hearing the sound? Of course, my question also should be, oh, okay, good. Okay, get rid of this. Oh, I wish this weren't here. I wish this high up here, this red line, that's the high. That's a daily high somewhere. I don't know what month, but somewhere. May not matter. This is an earnings play. IDN is an earnings play. I think this is the one that didn't have very many shorts available. CMCT. This is showing up here now. A lot of room underneath for a lot of room. Yeah, there are no shorts available for me at Interactive Brokers for CMCT. Too bad. Look at the room underneath. Was earning well, it has earnings coming up tomorrow. Had a big pop yesterday. Can't remember why. Okay, so the problem I got with this one, I mean, this is a potential buyout. Okay, I just don't know what the price is. I mean, I thought it says for $25 a share up front, and I thought I'm trying to read this quickly, thinking that it is all cash. Doesn't appear to be $25 per share in cash plus one non-tradable CVR per share to receive. Okay, William, did you look at this one? I'm talking about the MRSN. Did you like? I'm sure you're busy right now, but understand the actual like the actual buyout. Whoa, this is an earnings play, guys. Didn't see this one in the pre-market. Wasn't up enough. It's up 19% now. SPB through the 200-day moving average. It's from RAI. It's call it 62. So not a bad little move. All right, this is also an earnings play. Wi-Fi, white fiber, white fiber. This is an earnings play also, and it's moving down. Looks like a relatively new IPO 3 months ago, 3.5 months ago. The next low looking left is 1917. So there is room. I'm going to put a price alert underneath 20 and see if it takes it out. Okay. And see if it does take that out. There are shares available, 296,000 at Interactive Brokers. So this is a reversal. So this is Don who is buying MRSN. They're the ones buying MRSN. Don't typically play stocks that are like the ones that are in play in terms of potential buyouts and all. Okay, bit dear though, bit dear. This is a reversal play over the VWAP. Okay, over the VWAP. They're raising a lot of money. It is a reversal play. A reversal play, guys, right here. Reversal play right here. BTDR. The alert happened at 11:20. Of course, obviously it's got a ton of room, but I'm not saying it's going to get through that 200-day moving average or up here, but it's a reversal play. If it gets close to 11:40 again, I'm out. Some anyway. Yesterday, I had about three early trades, all shorts that stopped me out. Sally Beauty Holdings, SBH, probably an earnings play. Yeah, this is an earnings play. Ooh, the Egan on the way down here. That wow, this is from us also. When I say us, talking about our AI. I don't like the spread. Look at that spread. 1170, 1199. Do not like that spread. Basically, well, it's tightened up just a little, but that was a 30-cent spread. I, I just shy away from those. I wish the spread was tighter. Oh, I mean, look at the room this has got. This Egan's got, guys. 1075, a dollar underneath. I mean, look, if I knew it was going to get down here, the spread wouldn't matter to me. But wow, 959, guys. So I'm going to go over my homepage. And if you're interested in this scan, the gap continuation or reversal scan, and its sister, okay, here's its sister. I'm going to explain this. So first thing I do, I put the my homepage link in. And just a general note to those of you who are in YouTube, okay? If you're struggling to see my screen because it's too small, there are two streams. This is by design now. We didn't have any control over this, I don't think, but there's two. Pick this one if you want to see the full screen, okay? This is this is designed more for mobile apps, okay? This is the full screen. So you should have the ability to pick the larger screen if that's what you want. All right, so if you click on my homepage link, this is what you're going to see. So right at the very top, here's a way in which you can take out a subscription to Trade Ideas. You can get 15% off the first month only or the entire year of a Trade Ideas subscription. It doesn't matter what plan you pick, whether it's standard or premium. Okay. Remember now the 15%, if you take out a monthly on standard or premium, the 15% discount's only good for the first month. All I ask, use my code. If you use my code at some point in time in the future to take out a subscription, and these promo codes will change from time to time, of course, it really helps to keep the rooms free. The company tracks the promo code usage. They see my code being used enough, they'll keep the rooms free. Now, for those of you who are on YouTube, in case you don't know, there's another room, I call it the trading room. It's a lot more active. It's free also. It's a lot more active, a lot more traders in the room exchanging ideas all day long. Okay. You can stay in YouTube if you want, but if you're looking for a little more activity, you can go into the trading room. Also, this is the format. So I don't open, but Obi in our trading room opens the trading room at about 6:45 a.m. Eastern time, and I open YouTube at around 8:30. I get on the mic for both rooms at 9 o'clock. Why so late? I live in Vancouver, Canada, so I don't get up as early as Obi does, who's on the East Coast. So he very graciously opens the room at quarter to seven. Sorry. Now I usually take off sometime between 2 and 2:30. I'll always say later if there are questions, but if I do take off between 2 and 2:30, the main room is still open after I leave. Usually, that's up to William. He will keep it open for sometimes to 4 o'clock. It depends on what sort of earnings plays there are. And understand that Obi nor William or William, they're not required to do this. So a lot of kudos to both of them for doing it day in and day out. If you do take out a subscription to Trade Ideas and you've clicked on my homepage link, the first thing you must do, go to the education section and right here, getting started with Trade Ideas, 12 short videos. Okay. So how can I start? Trader, Fish Channel? Is that what you're? Well, if you're listening to me right now, if you're talking about getting started with trade ideas, then this is what you're going to do. You're going to take a look at these 12 short videos. If you don't have trade ideas and you're wondering about it, you might say, well, I don't know, maybe it's not the right program for me. Well, you can always start off with a second video and go to the end. Again, that'll be 11 videos. That should make up your mind as to whether or not you'd like to try us for at least a month. Okay. And if you don't like it within a month, you just say, not for me. So this might be for you, Fish Channel. I don't know when you say, how can I start? Is that what you're talking about? Starting with trade ideas, if you have or how do you start trading? It says, if you're new to trading, this is a free series of videos designed for people who are new to trading called Back to Basics. All free, about 15 videos. So I don't know when you say how can I get start? You're talking about starting with trade ideas, or you're just starting like how to learn how to trade. Last, if you're looking for my scans, so when you say, can I show all link from the site? So you're talking about, the link I put in there was my homepage, okay? My homepage. So this is it, okay? Well, here it is. And again, here's the education section. Here's how to get into what I call the more robust trading room, a lot more activity. And then what I'm going to go over now, and okay, in the education section, just one more time, getting started with trade ideas and back to basics. Also, okay, so getting started with trade ideas and also back to basics. Also on my homepage, I should have, if you keep scrolling down, you can get the trade of the week. Okay, the trade of the week is free. You'll get it before the market opens every Monday morning. And if you sign up for it and you don't think you're getting it, before you contact us, please check your spam folder. And if you have Gmail, check your promotions folder. All right, my scans. If you're looking for my scans, the ones that the information that I'm sharing, if you clicked on my homepage link, go down to that scan section right here. So here is the gap continuation or reversal scan. Really paying a lot of attention to that. This is the movers to the upside versus movers to the downside. That's all I'm using. This is what's generating ideas for me to look at all day long. This is what I use in the pre-market. The pre-market actives up and the pre-market actives down. Here's the halts resumes. More information it's just telling you when a stock is halted and then when it resumes. I do have other races and scans that I'm sharing. I do not have them up and running. I have two races, large cap gainers from the start of the race, and the biggest gainers from the start of the race. So this will be a lot more wide open. There's no minimum float or minimum market cap. This has those two in here. And then I also have a momentum scan and a combo scan. So you can take a look at any one of these scans. I don't share a layout. You can kind of pick and choose what you want. So it's a trading room, but it's also a support room. So if you do have questions, I will attempt to answer any support type questions. If it's an accounting question, something to do with your account, I will not be able to help you, but I can direct you to people who can. How to connect to Holly. So when you say connect, you mean how to see the Holly alerts, Wilson? Is that what you mean? How to see them? When you say how to connect to Holly, you mean how can you see the alerts that have happened today? Is that what you mean? Are you talking about auto trading? Like trading, so when the AI has an alert, can't auto trade the AI, okay? That's been we haven't allowed auto trading the AI probably for a couple of years. The only thing you can auto trade right now is your own strategy that you create. Now, I'm totally against auto trading anyway, so well, I should not say it like that. I would never auto trade personally. The reason why is that I will always want to click on a symbol when I get an alert. I don't care if it's from one of my scans or from the AI, and I want to see what it looks like on my time frames, and that'll make up my mind whether or not I want to trade it. If the stock moves, a few pennies from the original alert, it's not the end of the world. So that's my thinking about why I will never auto trade. I always want to check out the chart. But at any rate, you cannot auto trade the AI, okay? But you can auto trade your own strategy that you create if that's what you want to do. All right, guys. Well, let me see what I've missed. SGBX. Let's take a look at that one. This was a gap up and reversal play. Pretty cheap. So Wilson, all I would do is I would just have this window up and running. I use it like a watch list, okay? I don't take every trade. Sometimes I don't take any trades from the AI, but I use this like a watch list. And here are the alerts today from it. Notice I got a re-entry price for the Curie. It hit the stop at some point, and here's a re-entry 485. That might give us something better later. And to have that up and running, just click on new, and then I've got we have three that start off with Premium AI, and the middle one, Premium AI Strategy Window. The only other thing I would do is make sure in that filter box it says none instead of profitable trades. I want to see them all day long. They may set up at a lower price, might give me a better setup, and especially the reentry. You don't see the reentries now, so uncheck that profitable trades. Uncheck it. Now you see them all day long, and just use it like a watch list. I cannot speak, of course, on the money machine. Happy Fin fan. I cannot use it. And the reason I cannot use it, well, no, that's what I'm saying, Wilson. This is the AI. You cannot auto trade it if that's what you're talking about. You can have this up and running, of course, incorporate it as part of your layout, but you can't auto trade it. You get an alert, click on the symbol. If you like what you see, trade it. Okay. Again, I think, and I'm not talking to you specifically, I think people get very hung up on thinking, oh man, we got an alert at 12:27. By the time I clicked on it and I looked, and I decided I want to take the trade at 12:20. It's not the end of the world. Okay. Sometimes even maybe even pops above. Well, this is a short. Okay. Well, maybe even by the time you have finished, analyzing it. I mean, if you have any trading experience at all, it shouldn't take you, in my opinion, more than about five seconds or so. You check out the chart, your time frames, and then make sure the 200-day moving average is in its way. Maybe the VWAP, if you're a VWAP player, it's not in its way, and then you can make up your mind if you want to take the trade. Now, one thing. So, are you talking about the EGAN? EGAN? It was above it because that was perfect because that's a short. So that would give you a better entry if that's what you're talking about. The EGAN. But again, if it's one of the ones going long, look, I mean, if it's one of these crazy ones that super low floats, maybe it moves 10 second, 10 cents in like a nanosecond. Okay, but typically that's not what's going to happen. Boy, the ons. No, I'm sorry. I saw somebody ask me, what do I think of the chart for ons? Well, I've missed out on a few trades so far today. Look at this, boy, the Egan. Oh, now the reason I sort of backed off the Egan earlier was the spread. Now it's okay; it's a penny. So if you took the ons, you've still got room, 763. So what do I think about it? I'm not going to take it now; it's too extended for me. But if you took it earlier and you could still be in, and you're still in this, the next high is 764. Look at this. Should have shorted this one, William. KRRO. Now, Wilson, if you don't have your entry columns, okay, you should have them, all right? Because what happens is you'll get, if a stock hits the stop price at any time during the day and then comes halfway, in this case, here's theory. I'm not saying they're all going to work, okay? But halfway between that entry price, which is 492, and the stop at 477 is 485. You'll get an alert to a possible re-entry, or maybe the first time. Maybe you didn't take it the first time. But now you have a better entry. It's 479 now, so it's not still not above that entry. And if you don't have these re-entry columns, all you have to do is right click in the body of this and go to columns. And then if you scroll down, here are the three of them. Now, I was told, they told me that this is now the default to have these columns. Now, if you don't have them, maybe you've got this incorporated as part of your layout, exit out, like click on the X, and then load it again. And hopefully these are going to be there. You don't have to add them. Oh, I took this one earlier. I'm not in it anymore. The BTDR. I'm not in it anymore. This was a quick trade for me. Wow, it's really moving nicely now. Dollar done today, guys. Just a very quick trade in the BTDR. So nobody's asked, but I'll volunteer. This right here, DR, that stands for don't repeat. So these are the alerts that have happened today, the different symbols that have come in, okay? And so what the don't repeat does for me is I can go back and say, well, what happened from that alert? See, here's the BTDR over and over and over and over again every time it made a new high. But I can see that the first alert for it was right here at 11:20. That was the first alert for it. And there's the time at 9:55. So you go back in time on this and say, wow, that worked out well, you know. So not saying they're all going to work out, as fabulously as the BTDR did, but that's the idea of the don't repeat. So I can go back, especially if I've missed something early. Maybe I've been doing something and I want to check to see, well, has it really moved that much yet? So for instance, the Egan, which unfortunately hasn't moved. Yeah, I mean that the first alert was at 11:91, 11:35 now. I would have taken this earlier, except the spread. I mean, even now, you see this. Look at that spread, 11:23, 11:49. I mean, it had tightened up to about 2 cents just a while back, but I just find it tough to mentally commit. 2H guys, this is coming back, coming back. So this was an earnings play yesterday. I remember seeing this one, LEGN, Legend, and look what happened though. It got up to $33, 33.50, and closed down here. So it actually closed. So at one point, it was very positive with respect to the previous day's close. And then it just closed below, but on the move a little bit right now. Oh, this was my nice short yesterday, the CCOI. This was a beautiful short yesterday. I mean, look, this has been, being thumped down on earnings. It's a continuation play off earnings a few days ago, just moving down, 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 down. It is a lifetime low, was a lifetime low yesterday, the day before, the day before. And look where it closed. I mean, this is how beautiful. I mean, 2076 was the high, and it closed at 18, right at the low of the day. One moment, please. Okay, guys, sorry about that. Back. Look how choppy that BTVR is now, though. I mean, it got up way up here. They're doing the financing, okay? So that is the reason. I think the sector itself obviously is not great right now, but they also did a financing around $400 million. So that really knocked the stuffing out of this. But it already was moving down. Bitcoin not happy right now. Yeah, this BN saw this one earlier. This would have been a nice steady short BN. Remember, this had a spread issue also. I don't think so. Engine a little too. Oh, okay. Look at this though. What if it gets through that low of yesterday? Because right down there is 784. Put a price alert below the low of yesterday and see if it takes it out. Hmm. All right, guys. I'm just wanting to see who's going to take over for me in our YouTube room in about. Oh, so have a couple of an hour and a half or so. All right, I have to see if I can short on. So ONDS, ONDS. This is now like it's turning into a decent looking fade. Yeah, there are. Well, okay. There's the VWAP. So I wouldn't short it yet. But there's the VWAP, 672 or so. You just stick a price a little bit. Well, or maybe that'll act as a bounce area. That's the ONDS. So here's IDN, guys. Now, if you're good at the VWAP player, it looks like it's trying to hold the VWAP. You can see like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 attempts sort of sitting on the VWAP, which is around 646. Okay, so that's IDN. IDN is an earnings play. Spurt at the beginning of the day, got up to 7, could not break through 7. too bad. KGS, Kodiak Gas Services. Looks like this could be a bounce by guys. Look at the potential support around 33.22. We have a couple of dailies, and then this one, and not quite this one. So there could be a bounce play for KGS. But of course, bounce plays will always work a little bit better if you get the market. It doesn't have to be necessarily moving higher, but just not moving lower. Market is just, kind of iffy right now. I mean, the Dow's down five. Sorry, the Qs are down five. SPYs are down four. Those are decent moves now. And the Dow's only down 110. Yeah, I mean this is from our AI. I mean, it just may not have enough room to go anyway, guys. I mean, it got up to five, and when you look left, I mean, there's a lot of stuff happening just over five. So, in my opinion, it just doesn't have enough room to keep moving if it wants to. There's a cheapie been in play for a few days now. MTC, the high looking left is 338. All right, William, I know you don't like it, but take a look at the potential bounce play here for PSFE. Holding eight, holding eight. The VWAP is at 820, so I would not take it now. Let's see if it takes out the VWAP. But it is down 20%, and it's down on earnings. This is not. Hmm. All right, ONS is right at that VWAP now. ONDS right at the VWAP. Will it hold? All right, guys. So this CCRN. Okay, so this is. Let me short this. Take a look at it. Where is it? Lifetime range. It's certainly on a monthly chart. There is the low right there is 1063, so it's below that. And the next low is 958. So that showed up, CCRN showed up here first time. So I like to have this don't repeat. You can tell where it showed up, 1053. So it really hasn't moved that much. But I'm not telling anybody to do the same thing. Okay, give me one moment, guys. One moment, okay? All right, guys, sorry about that. I am now back. Hmm. Oh, RPGL, that's why you were talking about it, William. Okay, I see you right here. Well, let me get out of this CCRN short, guys. It's a little bit above where I shorted it, so not feeling the love on it. Yeah, I took myself out of it, guys. The CCRN took my short, did not work. Rick, are you wondering where LPTX went? It turned into CYPR today. CYPR, if that's why you've got that. So it has turned into CYPR, okay? Yeah, Eagle, the Eagle guy, he posted that in the pre-market. I couldn't find that information, but here it is, CYPR, Cyberpunk or something. I'm sorry, CYPH. I'm sorry, CYPH, CYPH, Cyberpunk. Yeah, so you'd never know that. So it still says it's Leap Therapeutics in the business summary, but I guess they completely changed. Yeah, I'm very reluctant to play any gap down and reversals when the market is continuing to do this. This is an earnings play. It's down on earnings, so yeah. I mean, I'm very reluctant to play these bounces when the market is doing this. Maybe I may be completely wrong. I may have a nice 20 or 30 cent bounce, but hard for me to commit. Okay. So actually, I just found out. I believe Andy in our YouTube room today, Steve and he are switching. So Steve will be in our YouTube room tomorrow. Andy will take over today for me in about an hour and 20 minutes. Well, this has got room. How much volume? Terrible volume. This is an earnings play. No volume, just no volume at all. Double normal, and 55,000. That's double normal up to this time of day. It's just no volume. Wonder what the spread is like. Yeah, you can tell. 23.15, 23.72. It's just showing up in one of my top lists that I have for earnings, just to check to see. Too bad. Look at the room it's got underneath, but just no volume. Man, listen, this would be pretty darn good if the market would ever just, stop going down. It doesn't have to be, soaring higher, but just stop going down. Look, I mean, you've had the orange wave flattening out, a little turn to blue now, which meaning that the trend is, starting to turn, and it's above the VWAP. But I just find it hard to commit to when the market's doing this, to trying to play a bounce on a stock that has been beaten up already. Well, I don't take a lot of trades. I mean, and listen, I may be very wrong. I may, tack on 20 or 30 cents, go up to $7, but gotta have a plan. Well, let's take a look at this one. CTEV, CTEV. Whoa, now this could be interesting. 48.98. It has a dollar to the next low. It is an earnings play. It's underneath big, in my opinion, a huge psychological number of 50. What's the volume like? Not bad, half a million, 44 times normal. Now, here is the issue. Look at the float in this 5 million for a $50 stock. That is really, really low for a $50 stock. I mean, the spread didn't really concern me that much because I thought, okay, I could probably get a mid fill with IB. But boy, that float, a lot of things can happen. I mean, a lot of good things can happen. A lot of moving down, but giving me a little pause here. It's not that I don't like low flow stocks, but not when they're $50. Now, again, this might just absolutely tank. That's too bad. That was almost a primo setup for me, just underneath that 50 level with room to move. Pretty quiet, guys. Pretty quiet in here. Now, I had a price alert for gilt. I think I put that yesterday. Yeah, to see if it took out yesterday's low. Now I put that one yesterday. Not sure I want to see it now. Yeah, Barry. I mean, when the market's down, you think, oh well, you can just short anything, but it doesn't. Unfortunately, just doesn't work that way. TELUS can't pay its dividend. Really? Okay. Let's take a look at TELUS just out of curiosity. You? Well, no affected yet. Anyway, November 7th had earnings last week, so no big deal for those in the U.S. and outside of Canada. Is one of the big telcos in Canada. That's my provider. Well, it didn't really affect it much, did it? Really? I mean, the stock was already in a bit of a downtrend before, and the earnings came out. No big reaction. Well, ONS, I didn't take it, but ONDS, it definitely has broken down now through the VWAP. I did not take it. Well, I shouldn't say definitely. I mean, it's breaking down. Somebody said yesterday that their charts on TOS weren't working very well. I have to say that our charts have worked very well. I haven't noticed any big slowdowns, regardless of whether you're using the legacy version or the browser version, which you have to have up and running if you want to have the trade wave on your chart. Uh, all right, guys. Well, other than the things coming through here, I'm not seeing too many more in the gap continuation. I'll go over this just a little bit, okay? Just so people understand what it's looking for. And it is a multi-strategy window. And what that means, typically the use of a multi-strategy window would be, so you only have one monitor and you've got several alert windows taking up space on your monitor. You can take those alert windows and put them into one screen, okay, one window. And that's called a multi-strategy window. So if I right click on this multi-strategy window, right click on it, go to strategies, hover over strategies, a box pops up. These are the 4 scans that I've got in there. These are just individual, like if I gap down and go, I can open the window. Here it is. Okay. So imagine I could do the same thing with the other 3. I'd have 4 of them all over the place. I could take them all and put them into one screen. Okay. One window. That's the that's what you can do with a multi-strategy window. So I have no problem with screen space. I've got 3 big monitors, but what I like to do sometimes is to take similar scans and put them into a multi-strategy window. And in this case, of course, these are all gap scans. So what are they looking for? So if I right click again, gap up and go. So and that's in green. Not too many today. Okay, not too many gap up and goes today. What does it mean though? It means that a stock now remember there are filters in place. So the gap had to be a certain amount. A dollar amount had to be a certain percentage amount. And then at the time of the alert, the stock was making a new high. Doesn't mean it's going to continue to go, in the same direction all day, but that's what would have happened at the time of the alert. There were some earlier, we had some earlier, SPH. I mean, these ones in green. We did have some that were gap up and goes, gap down and reverse. So that meant a stock that gapped down and then is starting to reverse. Hard to see those today. Now you would think that a gap up and reverse would be pretty good. The problem is not that many stocks gapped up that much. okay, and then they're reversing. But if you would think those are the type of stocks that would work, or alerts that would work out quite nicely. And then even this one though, the gap down and go, that meant a stock that gapped down and then kept moving down. Now, kept at the time of the alert, it was moving down. Doesn't mean it's going to keep moving down, but that's what these are all about. Now, you may not like each one of them. In other words, maybe you only want to look at the long side. So that would be a gap up and go and a gap down and reverse. Those are the two long suggestions. Maybe you want just short suggestions on a day like today. Gap up and reverse and gap down. So what all I'm saying is you can uncheck. Okay, you can uncheck whatever you don't want, or you can keep them all going. So I was saying yesterday, you could literally have a multi-strategy window with 30 or 40 strategies in them. Now, you would not want to have them all checked every single day. You'll never get anything done. You'll have so many alerts coming at you. But it's a way in which you can take all your alert windows and put them into one, and then you can figure out on any given day, okay, I want to see that one, and that one as an example, and just check the ones you want to see. Well, what time is it now? It's 10:54. Well, maybe take a look at APLD. I'm noticing the reason I see it, I have a thumbnail on one of my other monitors, thumbnail chart. Um, hmm, this is interesting. Look at that, 22.37 next low. So call that $1.50 to the next low. Underneath the whole number, fading, and fading from the open. It is not an earnings play. I don't know if it had any specific news on it. I think we saw this in the pre-market. It actually popped up. ABB expands the power technology partnership. So that news hit in the pre-market and it looked good. But then market just sold off it. Well, guys, just like yesterday, I mean, I tried it at this Kodiak short and no go. I've taken such a small loss, but it's like you think, wow, you can short anything. And I like the setup, but no, it's just popping. I mean, my stop is really it had this. It was working like for a few pennies, but I really wanted this to get closer to six sooner than later. When I was looking to short this APLD, and it's even popped just a little one, just a little one. And the reason I'm looking at it is market weakness, just market weakness. Yeah, we got a little blue bar here, but basic market weakness. Try to play that market weakness. Well, I'm going to continue to watch this, guys. I want to see if it gets back down to say the low 2380s. See if it. This is just a brief little pop up, and it's all because of the room it's got. Market weak underneath the whole number. What's the volume here? So it's basically just normal. A little over, like, relative volume is 1. So it's basically trading normally right now. Well, okay, it might be following the market a little bit more than I thought because here's a blue bar and there's a blue bar. So maybe it's following the market a little more than I thought it would, and that's the APLD. This is an all-time, no, it is not an all-time low. So I think what's happened is it's a new symbol. Looks like this is should be an all-time low, but they changed symbols probably, kind of like what the L the LPTX going to CYPH today, because this looks like this should be an all-time low, right? And there are shares available. So I'm looking at this one, maybe 1195, maybe a break underneath that whole number. I may have to Constanza myself though, and just do the opposite what I think should work. And for a while anyway. Okay, I guess this is a okay. So this is 4 million, 1 million shares at $4. So right now this is an IPO that just launched today. Cabr, CABR. No enthusiasm. You can tell. No enthusiasm. How can you tell? Well, it was priced at $4. Look at the price of it now, 280 or whatever. 280. Didn't even get up. Didn't even get close to $4. So what I will do is I will put a price alert at the high of the day just in case it does something a little crazy later on, but no enthusiasm for this one right now. And I'm sure Obi probably pointed that out earlier. Based on the structure, I'm sure it's probably a China, non-USA, non-USA. Singapore, thank you. Yeah, so it's Singapore. A lot of Singaporean stocks these days. I don't think I ever saw one 2, 3 years ago. Never saw one. A lot of IPOs out of Singapore now, and they're all about the same. $4 IPO price, between 1 million to 2 million shares issued. Oh, not Caber. Okay, sorry. Okay, so it must be, so it's US. Really? There's, you miserable APLD. Now you're enticing me again. You've been talking Meta all day, William. Meta, META. Let's take a look at Meta. Yeah, right at the close of yesterday, 791. A couple of days ago, down to 600. Wow. All right, I'm looking at this IMSR. What's the low right here? This is 12. Yeah, the low is 12. Oh, this was a great one that I missed. I remember getting the well, okay, it was a little bit choppy. I remember getting the price alert, and the alert was at 2104, and before it popped up, got down to 2033. Okay, guys. Well, APLD, I was able to get a little bit. I was able to get kind of what I see how far it can go down now. APLD, the price alert at 2382. Yeah, I see this IMSR is now under 12. So for me, I want to see it get down. I want to see, like in the 1180 or something, with a bit of, let's say, 1188, 12, or sorry, 1188. Yeah, see what's happened? It's still trying to hold 12. It's going to have to take out 12 a lot better for me. I'll put a price alert around 1186 and see if that happens later. All right. So William is telling me that, and you guys, that he'll keep the room open till 4ish today, even when after I leave, probably anytime between 2 and 2:30. And that's because a Matt has earnings. Let's take a look at what a Matt is doing ahead of earnings. Yeah, I mean that must be the lifetime high, I guess, 242. I'm going to suggest, yeah, 242. That's probably it. I'm looking right there, position in a lifetime range at the 86%. So this must be the lifetime high, I would think, 242. Ugly. My goodness, what an ugly IPO right now, guys. CABR, ugly, ugly, ugly. Remember, its IPO was priced at $4. Can't get any love at all. It's a, is it pink or some kind of an uplisting? Yeah, I talked myself out of this Nexon. I mean, this is it's had about a 30-cent run. Okay, guys, let's see. Anything happening in here? Chac, CHAC. What is this one? Looks like yeah, I was gonna say it looks like it's a SPAC. You guys have been talking about this is Oatly or no, this is Outlook. OTLK. Not an earnings play. Well, at least this is hasn't succumbed to any of the market drops today through the 200-day moving average. Don't think I saw this in the pre-market. Again, I should have gone just the reverse of what I would have thought would have happened. IMSR. I mean, not that there are going to be giant moves or anything, but APA. That's well, I know. I guess it's not called Apache anymore. Way merger of 19 billion upstream unit with so Repsol had to weigh the merger with APA Core. That's the news you're talking about, William. Wow, this is so ugly, guys. I mean, this is I mean, is this a pink sheet stock? I mean, I have I have it here as pink, but that may not be correct. Let me you know don't go and look, Obi. Okay. I'll save you from looking. I'm going to check myself. So it's an uplisting. Okay. Okay. It's an uplisting to NASDAQ. That's what it is. So this has to be changed on our end. Not an IPO. It is not an IPO. There's right in the first, not an IPO, an uplisting to NASDAQ. Okay. Oops. Oh, Meta Man. Okay. Jeez, I'm starting to think, what are you talking about, Barry, with a Y? Well, guys, listen, I mean, I might have to just put myself on mute until get some questions. Oh, I see. You had a saw that could outsaw any other saw that ever saw. I see. Okay. Tongue twister. Gotcha. Now I understand. Isn't there another one? Not a tongue twister? Boy, as I was on the road to Ives, I met a man with 40 wives. How's that sound? Keeping with the meta. Well, you know what? This PSFE is maybe getting me a little more interested. It's an all-time low, of course. It's an earnings play. I was looking at a pop here, not a pop, but little bit of a bounce play, but it bounced hardly at all. Still have my little short on the APLD. Decided to hold on, and though moving against the market. I'm sorry, I had something else on my SPY chart. So yeah, the market is still. I mean, look at this. Well underneath the VWAP. Wave is down. Well, at some point this may bounce, but boy, what point? This CABR, CABR, not an IPO, it's an uplisting from the pinks to we still have it as a pink to Nasdaq today, and what a disaster. You know, I thought about taking this very easy. Well, nothing's easy, but this short on BN. It's an earnings play and big float, 2 billion in the float, just cruising down, 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 down. Just didn't do it. The next low looking left, I think it's below that now. Next low looking left looks like around 42.95. So, less than a dollar away now, unfortunately. I'll let that one go, Barry. I have to admit, I had not heard that one before. I'm just not seeing anything I like, guys. I mean, they're really not looking through these. Well, here's the surgery. Let's take a look at this one. Had earnings a few days ago. So if it can take out the high of a couple of days ago, that would be 1651. And of course, it would have a little bit of room. I would think, you're gonna need the market to help on something like that, in my opinion. The spread is still, I mean, it's tighter, but it's still bad, 15.32 for the Egan. It's interesting, it's 58%. What that 58% means is that 58% of the tickers that have come through here have been red. Okay, not they don't have to be individual stocks. It could be the same thing over versus 42. Hard for me to believe that. I'm going to clear it. Start from this time, 11:25, and see. Oh boy, I really missed Wi-Fi. That was something that the original alert was at 21:04. So there's the SPY, guys. SPY is yeah, just touched the low of the day. Yeah, I see AVXL right here. Is it an earnings play? It is not an earnings play. It is not quite a lifetime low. Well, here's a little green in here, T-Tech. Wow, that is a good it is a good earnings play. I mean, look how steady it has been. 261 million in the float. Very nice little earnings play, following the blue wave up. Just didn't see this earlier. Give me a moment, guys. I will be right back. All right, guys, I'm back. Just, I mean, this is not an all-time high. Multi so on a monthly chart, 3801, so a little bit of room on a monthly chart. Sorry, 3788, a little bit close, unfortunately, on a percentage basis, so won't take it. I thought maybe I could just sort of ride it for a while, but not gonna take it. Well, it continues down, doesn't it? AVXL, and there are no shorts available for me at Interactive Broker. Ah, okay. Yeah, let's see, William. Well, there are no shorts available for me to short AVXL at Interactive Brokers anyway. Surprise, it's not a crazy low float or anything. Want to see that? So the AVXL, see if I can find that little headline that you're talking about, William. No, it's just a general blurb. All right, T triple B, T triple B. What is this one doing? BBB Foods. They are engaged in the provision of a limited assortment of products that cover the daily grocery needs. They're out of Mexico. Oh, okay. Out of Mexico. All right. EOAS is open. You can see if there's any enthusiasm for this one. Well, I mean, at least it's, again, 3.6 million shares, priced at 4, Singaporean. So at least it's, reasonably close to the IPO price. Kura got a cancer drug, extraordinary events, halted, and got the approval. But so what, right? So this was halted before, and it opened. It was halted at what price? 1079. So, man, just no love. Well, let's see, William. I mean, the low over here is 942. Well, I don't know. Here's some room, I guess, for the MPTI. This isn't earnings. No volume. I'm really stunned by these. The only reason I'm seeing these guys, I do have my a top list of earnings plays, and this was one near the low of the day, right at the low of the day. So I clicked on it. I thought, okay, well, there's the 200 day. That's far enough away. Then you look at the volume, 19,000 shares. It's crazy. Crazy in that I always think that, these companies that you never really hear of, but you hear about them every 3 months because that's when they have earnings, and generally, the earnings will cause a little bit of an explosion in volume, and not even close. Okay, guys, well, I mean, there's a little bit of room for TGE, little bit of room when you look at it. It's above these high barely above these highs on the daily. The next high in the daily is around 2. So you've got 44 cents to the next high on the daily chart anyway for TGE. Good volume. Knowing if there's any news on it. No, the APA kept moving, William. Yeah, well, it pulled back though. Boy, it really pulled back, and then it topped again. Oh, WKSP in Cincinnati. Okay, work sport. This is wow, all-time low probably. Yeah, lifetime low. Yeah, so look at that. We had 10 minutes, a couple of blue bars. Look like, okay, maybe we're finding, but look at that. This bar, which still has 2 minutes to close, 1.5 minutes to close, is wiping out that. It's a big move, guys. I mean, eight on a percentage basis, it's not huge, but an 8 point move in the SPY is significant, in my opinion, on an intraday basis. Oh, I thought you were playing a pop for Kura. Meanwhile, KRRO just made another new low. This was the one that got hammered. This is a lifetime low. Lifetime low. KRRO just made another new low. Hammered. Drug failure. Gap up and reverse, okay? ENGN, this is a continuation. 897, yeah, 890. Wow, that's what was happening. Look at this. But look what happened. I mean, it got down to 813. I don't know if that it really happened. I mean, it's hard to believe it. 813 and right back up to 850. But that's what the chart is saying. It's not. All right, maybe this one will get in. Well, it's getting interesting again. Galacto, GLTO. All right, let's put a price alert on the high of yesterday, 28.21. Remember, 3 days ago, 2 days ago, it got up to 33. This has been a super active one. Low float, 1 million in the float. And that's about $1 away to the high of yesterday. No, we just should have shorted KRRO, William. Well, for this one, oh, I wonder if it just got halted. Did you see that, guys? I mean, look, at that point the bid was 27, ask was 27.01, and look, okay, maybe, but then look at that spread just absolutely went crazy. I thought it was actually going to be halted on the way up. So I may not come back after my break. I'm just not seeing it today, guys. I'm kidding. I will be back, but probably only for an hour. We don't get a lot of snow in Vancouver. And no, it's not snowing. We don't get a lot of snow in Vancouver, though. I think last year we had about maybe 2 different days, and the snow was gone literally 2 days after. We just don't get a lot of snow. Wi-Fi. Hmm. Well, let's see. I mean, there's still room. 1909 next. So it still has $1 to the next low on the daily chart. That is Wi-Fi. Earnings today after the market closes. So if you looked at this, you'd be thinking most people don't think earnings are going to be anything special, but you never know. I think we've got a little bug here in our single stock window, and it's been notified. Yeah, we don't have that option. We should have that option volume today. It's so I got to watch what I say. I mean, this is the percent, okay? Telling you in relation to that is so. For instance, 148,000 options have traded today with Microsoft. Is that normal? Is that abnormal? And you can see we don't have anything in here. So there's something going on with our provider. I've just noticed there's been a ticket created for that. So nobody's asked in this room though. So nobody's really using that one. Sorry, hating on his software experiments again. I am. I know you're kidding. I think you're. Well, I know you're kidding, but what brought that on? Man, I just well, let's see now. ENGS is having a bit of a move here, guys. ENGS is having some move on volume. So the next high, I mean, look, I mean, the next high looking left is 266. There's a ton of room. Oh, that's a long time ago, Barry. Yeah. Okay. I know what you're talking about. Well, I mean, look at this. So it popped up and it came right back down, but at least it's got some room. ENGS. You look at the weekly chart. Weekly chart's got a ton of room. Even the daily chart 266 if it wants to keep going. I just don't have any faith. I mean, some volume came in. At least there's that. Volume did come in. Is it? Okay. I don't think I put a price alert on it. No, it actually got up to 418. Okay. Well, at least there is a little bit of enthusiasm. It's holding the IPO price. That's for the POAS out of Singapore. You know, guys, I was really hoping that APLD would get that down into the 2340s. It did not do it. So took myself out with a basically negligible gain. And I was trying to hold on, thinking, okay. All right, guys, 11:52. So what I'm going to do now, I'll just put the YouTube link in early. I'll put the YouTube link in. Annie's not there yet. He will show up in about 8 minutes from now, take over for me in our YouTube room. And he's more of a swing trader. Don't know what he's doing now. So I'm just going to put my announcement up. I'm not gone yet, but I just want to get the announcement up. And here is the YouTube link for you guys. Want to head over? YouTubers, you stay where you are. All right. Well, here, okay. POAS. Dare I? What's the volume like? Not bad. Actually, it's an Amex stock. Not too many, I don't think anyway, not too many IPOs go to Amex, if that is correct. Tesla appears to be bottomless today. Okay, let's take a look at Tesla. Haven't looked at it. And the answer is wow. Yeah, $27, $28, 6.5%. That's a big drop with that sort of a float. Boy, 474 not that long ago, guys. I mean, 10 days ago, not 10 not 10 trading days ago, say a week and a half ago, 475 down to 400. And now look, your next low looking left is 370. That is one big wow. Yeah, I used to use them, Rick, the go no go charts. Really like them. But to be honest, to me, the wave is giving me the same idea. I mean, the go no go was change of colors and all that. And the reason I stopped was because it was really taxing my system. and that was pre-pasting days, pre-paste days. But I don't think there, for me, there's no reason to, I would not want to have trade wave and go no go. So I definitely like trade wave. Yeah. Yeah. That's Steve's trade of the week is Tesla. Well, it got stopped out, obviously. So as long as you obey the stop, only lose as much as you're prepared to lose according to your account size. Ah, KRRO, boy, all day short, all day short. Yeah, so TSLZ, which is that a double? Yeah, so Tesla's down 6%. So if you don't want to short the stock, you can buy this one, okay, and get double the move. But remember, if Tesla has a 1% pop up, this is going to have a 2% pop drop, just so you know. But boy, yeah, if you think Tesla is going to continue to move down, and of course, what I would, if you were going to trade this one, I would want to have Tesla as a thumbnail chart just to see what it's doing. But this is ugly. Yeah, this is ugly. I mean, the low right there is 425. I mean, yeah, I mean, the next low on a daily chart is 370. That's $30 away. Hmm. Okay. William is long. Tesla calls. Mike. And welcome to you, Mike C, in our YouTube room. Okay, guys, again, just waiting for Andy to show up. Should be any moment now. Yeah, I don't know if there's any, is there any specific reason for Tesla dropping like this? I mean, I know the market's down and Tesla, of course, will generally trade with the market. But is there some Tesla working to, I'm just looking at some of the headlines here. Tesla working to integrate Apple CarPlay into its EVs. Okay, that's fine. US stocks, I mean, this is okay. US stocks falling on post shutdown optimism as post shutdown optimism fades. Economic anxiety rises. Well, I can't say it. All right, I heard a little pop. That means my friend Andy is in our YouTube room, I'm assuming. So, guys, I am taking a break. I will come back. But I'll be gone until about 1 o'clock. So I'm putting myself on mute in the main room. And hello, Andy Lindloff. How are you this morning?
Hey Barry, doing pretty good. How are you?
Not bad, not bad. Bored, but other than that, just kind of
Just not a whole lot of not a whole lot of plays today.
well, the plays that I think should work aren't, and then the plays that I don't think should work are.
Right.
So it's sort of that reverse. When you see the market moving down like it is, and I'm looking at would call decent setups on the short side, and they're just not moving
Not following through,
like
huh?
I thought they would.
Yeah.
Yeah. So I almost sort of jokingly said I should be Costanzing the market, and just doing the reverse of what I think should work. I would have done well
Well,
today.
I tell you what, though, it's better than being a swing trader and coming in, long today. So,
Mm,
yeah,
no kidding. I mean, I know Steve had Tesla
yeah.
as his trade of the week,
I
and
Yeah, yeah, and I was in Tesla. Of course, I'm not in anymore, but that's brutal, but
so is there
not too
any
bad.
specific reason that you can see that Tesla is down, other than the market is just down? Is was,
You
was there
know,
was there?
I have, we've been getting this has been happening a lot lately where they just flush out stocks. Now today it's been some pretty serious flushing. I mean, so I'd be a real surprise if we caught a bid. I shouldn't say that, but if we caught a
Right.
bid and went back to highs or something like that, because there's a lot of selling here for what 2.5 hours. So yeah,
Mhm.
we'll see. But
Now, as Trader
I
77, I'm just pulling this up also. Tesla shares are trading lower after the company recalled two AC power battery systems due to potential fire and burn hazards. So, I mean, that is
yeah,
whether or not
yeah,
that
I
that
don't I don't
slows
know if
things
that's
down,
worth,
you know,
yeah, because they're always having issues like that, and
right.
not it's not just Tesla, it's a lot of stocks. NVIDIA's down over 4%,
Yeah.
yeah, so it's not just Tesla, and I think with everything they have on the horizon, a battery issue, and they always have cars blowing up, starting fires, but I don't know, but it got me out, that's for sure. Whatever it
Got
was.
you out. Well, and I'm looking, I mean, if it breaks down through 400, I mean, the next low on a daily chart is 370. So, I mean, it's
Yeah,
still got room to move if it can
easy.
take out
Yeah,
400. If it can take
right.
out 400.
Yeah, that's a
Anyway, Andy,
big
I need a break.
psychological level.
So,
Yeah, take a break,
and
Barry.
by the way, though, how about that Indiana? How about that catch? Okay, we got to talk about that
Yeah,
catch.
that was beautiful. That was beautiful.
Wasn't that an
Yes.
that guy's stock? I don't know, if he's going pro or like if he's going to try to turn pro next year, but that guy's stock went up by millions of dollars, I think, just based on
Yeah,
that on the catch.
exactly.
To be able to contort his body,
Exactly.
be
So,
basically all the way out and just tap toe or tippy toe, and that was an amazing catch. And
it was.
in a crucial situation,
It
not
was.
just it was a crucial situation for Indiana. So anyway,
Yeah.
go Aggies and
Yeah, for sure.
go Indiana. Okay.
Yeah, there
Okay.
you go.
I'll see you in
All
about
right,
an hour.
Barry. Have a good one, buddy. Yeah, enjoy
Okay. Bye
your
bye.
rest. All right, bye-bye. All right. Hello, everybody. Let me get it on my handy dandy support layout here, which is not too much different. Just has I know a lot of people. What's up, Mike C? All right, let's see if I can. Geez, I thought I saved this. I guess I didn't here. Hold on. Let me save this before I forget here. We'll stick it on. Tesla's always a nice one to have on your screen when you pull it up. All right, let me file, share entire layout. All right. Well, the queues are trying to dig in. I'm not sure what. Let's see. Hold on just one second. I got to get something else straightened up over here on this other screen. All right. Yep. Let's see. What do I have? I have path left, which was doing pretty good this morning, but like a lot of things, it fell back uh, with the market. Still hanging on, so I'm still hanging on to that one. Still in a full lot of Amazon, but it needs to hang on to this level right here, or I'll have to be cutting some of that anyway. Intel is one that I'm in a little bit, and it's still kind of holding on to this level right here. So not, but a lot of stuff broke down today. Now I'm going to be really, really upset if we get this kind of action in this market. Just all of a sudden gets a big, massive bounce, and Tesla goes back to 420. But we'll see. I'm still in a little stuff, I guess. Coco, yeah, was the main call today. I really like that setup. Of course, yeah, it triggered. Hanging on, it's only down what 8 cents on the day, so that's definitely a win in this market. That doesn't look actually that bad. I'll take that alert, move it up a little bit. Actually, I would like to see this thing. One to keep an eye on. Uh, Looking for a bounce in Baba. I tried it earlier and was too early, but trying to dig in here. And I'm pretty loaded up on K-Web, but let's see. JD is hanging in, only down 15 cents. Baba's still up on the day. I think some of the other ones just got killed on our action over here in the market. You see that a lot. But honestly, if you look at like that Baidu, uh, if you actually look at the actual markets in China, they don't look that bad. Look a lot better than what they're portraying over here. Like this FXI looks nothing like it. Well, today it doesn't. But like I said, a lot of times it's just our market over here. So if we get a bounce, I'm thinking some of these things may bounce. But I thought Baba had pretty good earnings. We'll see. We'll see what happens. See if it can get back above this fast line here. But yeah, today's list was Coco was the top pick, and it's hanging out. Well, some of the AXL, not bad. Only down 6 cents. This one's one to keep an eye on if it gets to this level. Liquidia, just kind of slopping around. Not sure what the cloud link in there. Let's see. Oh yeah, yeah. That was a pretty wild experience for a year or two. I can't remember,
Hey,
but it. Hello.
Andy.
Yeah.
Hmm.
What's the matter?
Are you still there?
I'm still. Can you guys not hear me?
Did Andy get booted out? Anybody on YouTube? Can you guys hear me? He might have me on mute.
Can you hear? Can you hear both of us? Yeah. Bill says he
Maybe
can hear
Andy
both
can't
of
hear
us.
me. I
I
just have to alert him. I put a link in. Well, I can't hear him. So, oh. Well, that's my issue. Andy, I can't hear you. Is because I took my headset off. I forgot. Okay. So Andy, I put a link in here, okay, above a cloud link.
Okay.
And somebody in the main room said they're having an issue with only getting alerts every 3 to 5 seconds or 3 to 5 minutes.
Well, maybe it's just not a
Okay,
very
so I
active
don't know if
alert.
you can take a look at that link. I have to take off, unfortunately. 3 to 5 minute delay. That's what he's saying.
Okay.
Okay. Now I have a feeling I'm going to mute myself again in your room. I'm sorry if I'm talking over you. Okay. I've in.
All right. So yeah, we shall take a look at this link here. Let's see, just to make sure I'm not, just make sure I have my stops in there. All right. All right, let's take a look at this link, cloud link, and see this. Looks, I guess he was telling me it's an alert window. Eight SMA crossing below. Let's take a look at the, first of all, I like text headers, so let me take a look at the configuration here. It's a new low alert. Oh man, you got some customs in here, don't you? I'm not going to be able to uh, do this one, but more than likely, I'm not sure. Well, let me just try it without there. Take a look at the history here, since the customs aren't going to work for me. It looks like I'm. Oh, do you have a? Is that all you're searching for? Is Tesla? No, all symbols. Huh, not sure why you're only getting that, but it's probably because I don't have the uh, customs in my back, and I really don't want to go and load those all in. It takes time, and but whose alert is this? Maybe you can explain what you're seeing or what you're not seeing and what you expect to see. It's always tough to. Okay, so they're yours. So what's the problem with the alert? Tesla, in the meantime, is getting close to that 400 level. But while you're looking to explain, okay, it may, what may be happening there, okay, is it's looking for a confirmation. In other words, it's looking for a confirmation of the close of a candle versus giving it to you in real time. I'm not sure exactly how your customs are set up, but that may be the issue. Okay, so what I would do is maybe send it to our email, and maybe we can take a look at it there. Info at trade dash ideas.com. It's going to be impossible to do it in here, but uh, if you'll send it there, there's a good chance we can take a look at it. But there's a yeah. All I can say is it may be looking for the candle. Are you looking at a 5-minute candle or it, yeah? Send an email because more than likely there's an issue of a confirmation of a crossover, right? So it's looking for uh, a 2-minute candle. Yeah. So you're probably it would be based on how your customs are set up, I would think. But it may be at least looking for that 2-minute candle to close before you're getting an alert. But I'm not good with customs, to be honest with you. But uh, we can take a look at it. Okay, let me take a look at Tesla and see if it got the 400 number here. And gosh, move these damn things out of here. 456, 456 cents. So let's see if it still wants to tickle it. I'm definitely not looking to jump back in, but being just kind of looking at it, interested, see if it can hold that 400. Let's see, Iris, I'm sorry, I got lost in all of these. The previous indicator face. Well, you'd have to go back to the uh, our legacy charts. Okay, so I can share one with you. Or, if you like your charts and the way they look, all you have to do is go in here and take off the browser interface. Okay. And that's going to take you back to our old charts and our old indicators. Thank you, Mike C. Appreciate it. Okay. Pepe's saying uncheck display new indicator manager in settings. Are you talking about the 3 dots here? Okay, there you go. Thank you. Thank you, Pepe. Iris, right here. Okay, I did not know this existed, but if you look right here, you can uncheck this display new indicator manager. So if you want to continue using the browser charts, just uncheck that. Okay, let's see. This Owens is really one that I'm holding out hope for, but it's even kind of just dying on a vine here. Take a look, see how bad these quants and nano nukes are getting hit. IO and Q down 10. Looks like this one has a date with its could be an interesting level right here. If it gets down to the 200, you also have a nice little level of support. I'll creep that up just a little bit there. But I haven't hardly played these at all lately. They're just on the other side of the mountain and have been for a while. Just same can be said for the AI stocks, although PLTR is not getting crushed by any means. All right. I do have a stop on that ONDS at 50. I think it's like at 54 or something like that. 654. Taking a look at Tesla. All right, let me just make sure I didn't miss any other questions. Sorry about that, Iris. I tell you, Bitcoin's been really weak. Is it hitting that 200? I mean, sorry, the 100K yet? Let's take a look real quick. Oh, it's close. It is really close. Talk about a big psychological level. All right, Qs are trying to get a bounce now that Tesla went down and tagged its close to 400 level. Oh, okay. Just get rid of that. I'm looking at this one. I do like its chances. I like to look at like next high, and if it does get back above this, let me move these. Really need to work on that, being able to. So if it gets above back above 695, I really think this thing could could maybe go another potential buck if the market. Yeah, I'm gonna be. Well, hopefully you got a good price there on that Tesla. This little sore I've been in for about 3 days. It ran up to 170 this morning real quick and came back down, but I don't know. Kind of holding out faith in that little thing. It's hard for me to get anything, any excitement on the long side right now. I mean, there was just a little too much carnage today for me. So that's not nothing I want to. Not, definitely not going to be chasing candles. I mean, unless something that's strong, maybe something like the zones that's trading off earnings. But I'll just kind of stick with what I'm in and see if I can get a bounce. Yeah, Cisco is kind of hanging out. If I had to guess, it'd probably slop around and stay there all day, but who knows? Okay, the Qs are on about a 45-minute high. And of course, Baba is just being a stupid Chinese stock, not bouncing with the market at all. A lot of times in a market like this, you're better as far as playing a bounce. You're better off just buying stuff that have been just getting destroyed and for a bounce. But Not a big short float at all in this owns sound off its 200 day. Yeah, I'm just yeah. I traded sound good. BBAI. I just haven't traded them much at all lately, though. I mean, like along. I mean, look at that. Now, if you're looking for a spot, that may not be bad. The only thing they did just have earnings about 5 days ago, and they weren't that good. But that's a beautiful little shelf right there, bouncing off the 200 day. But be honest with you, the market kind of has me shell shocked today with with Tesla. And when it gets like this is one of those kind of things I was talking about the other day, that the important thing to do is, you can make money like in moves this way. What you want to do is make sure you don't give it all back what you've made in this. Not, you don't even want to give half of it back. You want to, you want to beat the SPY. All right. And then, like I said, if SPY ends up having a 10% pullback, you don't want to really have more than a 5. And I try to even keep it around 3%, because when it turns, you can make money. But looking at these cues, this is where, I mean, look at this slop. I mean, high volatility. A lot of times, this is kind of a sign for a potential top. We'll see. But well, that's just a mess, and that makes it tough for swing trading. Not so much for day trading, but actually, it's probably pretty good for day trading. But it can make it really tough for swing trading. Yep, that's right, Trader 77. So the Qs are running into their 10-period moving average right now, and this is kind of what I'm focusing on to see if we can get a bounce. But I don't know. You got some major, tech stocks that are down pretty good. NVDA, Google's down over 2%. Of course, Apple's just being Apple, saving the world. Well, honestly, me personally, I'm not too excited. Like mentioned earlier about a big bounce today. Uh, you kind of, I mean, it still may happen, but uh, just a little bit too much carnage for me today. It tells me there's some real selling going on. It doesn't mean we can't get a nice little bounce. But I'm not. Let me put it to you this way: I'm not anywhere like I was over here off the 50. And I think I was doing a webinar on that day, but See, for me, you got uh, kind of an area. Now you do have some area right here. If I drew a line, you can kind of see it there where we're trying to hold, but we're actually below that right now. So I am not too excited. Nothing like I was over here and had a very decent day on that day, buying off that 50. And so you got to put things into perspective. And for me, I'm just, yeah, took a little hit today, and this is where you can, get run over some more if you're not careful. And so I'm just not being too aggressive. Now, there's some particular stocks that I may be aggressive in if it's owns, because this has a catalyst, it has earnings, it has over four relative volume. Uh, it's in a level. I think if it can get above, back above the 692 level, I think it could, it could have enough push to highs. But to just go in and play general stocks that are really trading off no news right now is kind of dangerous endeavor for me. Yeah, yeah, exactly, exactly. This has to be alarming if you're bullish, and we cannot get back above this. For how many times we try it? One, two, three, four, and then on this day we did 5 days in a row we could not close. When we attempted to break through the 10, we could not close above it. So that tells me that there's some selling going on. So geez, I'm telling you, I'm just about done with this freaking Baba and these K Web. Let's check to see on that bounce how much is already pulled back pretty hard. Just not a whole lot right there on that bounce. Intel pretty much the same way. Uh, Bitcoin back at lows. Look at this thing, man. Doing a barbershop poll, like a Christmas barbershop poll. All right. This thing needs to get back above that level. Take a look. Tesla still below that 10-period moving average. Still hasn't really officially rang the bell at 400, which I think it probably wants to do. I was kind of worried about that because it seems like everybody on Twitter, everybody and their dog was looking for Tesla to explode, and it exploded or imploded with what it did. And there's a BABA alert. And K-Web trying to break that low, and I think you did. 03. You better bounce right here. You're done. Okay, Soar, you're my only shot. Oh, even owns just fell in me. Oh, I don't know if I put a stop in the. No, I didn't. Take a look at Bitcoin again. Yep, 300 points away. See if third time can be a charm. Usually that third time they don't hold up anymore. I would not short. No, I'm not the type that short in the hole. I'm not saying it's a bad thing. If I was maybe a day trader, I might, but for as a swing trader, I'd rather fade. Like I was telling you, how the Qs were having a hard time getting above this 50. Maybe this morning at the open as we're gapping down pretty close to this triple bottom here. Uh, but as we speak, we're about to go lows, and Tesla's finally going to get its 400. And I am going to have to sell at least half of this K-Web. And Baba is gone. And Tesla is looking at sub 400. Hold on, guys. Just going to set some stops in here. And another count that I've been in for a while. Bear with me that I have to. What did I do with it? It's over here. Going to have to maybe dump Tesla in it as well, which is a shame. But at least put a stop in it. Uh-oh, I may have sold Baba too early in that one. My stop was lower than that. Oh, well. Jeez. Brutal. Brutal. This is where Amazon has to hold. $238.49. So I got a little bit of wiggle room. Well, Apple is being, like I said, a hero. And what's funny about Apple is a lot of times when the market is like this, it'll hold up very well and sometimes even go higher. And then what'll happen is you'll see like the market finally gain some footing, stabilize and start moving higher. And I've seen that's when Apple will start selling off. But it's not something I'd buy right here just because I know how this thing acts. And but definitely holding up above one of the few that's above all its moving averages. Yep, Tesla broke. Excuse me. Maybe that's the shakeout it wanted. Who knows? Who knows? But like I said, I cannot get excited about this market because there's been just been too much carnage today. For if it were to like do some massive bounce today, then I'm like, there's some serious shenanigans going on. Now, I'm not saying we can't turn around, get some news, maybe bounce tomorrow or something like that, but I just can't be looking to buy this market. It's just been way too much selling for me. Now I can see some I can see getting some, some bounces in some individual names, like at Tesla coming down to that psychological and tagging that 400 mark, being down 7% on the day. I could see that one get a, maybe a nice little bounce. It's only finishing down 4.5 or 5%. But uh yeah, for me to make a play on the market here, I think is would be pretty futile. Yeah, monthly options. I don't think it's the third. I thought it was the third Friday, and that would just be the second Friday. So you're looking at the 21st for the monthly options there, Trader 77. Be next week, next Friday. Trader 77 determined to get that Tesla. Well, it is a good volume bar, so let's see what happens. Now, probably what you might see is like a little doji here right above 400 with some nice volume coming up, and then look for a potential bar reversal. But I don't know. We've had little tiny bar reversals throughout the day, and it just keeps. I would almost want this to see it back above the 10 period moving average before I could start guessing on something like that for a bounce, because you can see it's been under pressure just all morning. I mean, if I weren't in it, if I didn't know, already take my losses way earlier in the day, I could see maybe taking a nibble here. I mean, it'd be like a quarter of her size for a swing trade, but I would not do more than that. That's for sure. Ooh, tell you, this is just ugly. Oh, that Baba is gone now. Here's my Amazon. So I'm gonna have to cut half of that at least. It breaks 238. Let's see. ABBV holding up. Yeah, that sounds like something people would flow into. Let me see if look to see if money is flowing in XLP. Not really, but it's looking pretty good there. Mr. Barry.
That was my cat jumping down from her perch, not me. So, how much do I have to pay you to do another hour?
And a day like today, it'd be quite a fee.
Yeah. How about 2 shares of Tesla and half a share of Amazon? How's that? Oh, my goodness. All right, Andy. Well, thanks
All
for
right,
filling
buddy.
in. And we'll see you next week. Have whatever you're doing tomorrow. Good luck, I guess.
Yeah,
Okay.
yeah, yep.
Okay.
I'll be around tomorrow. I have to go away in the morning to get some
Oh, I
stitches
see.
removed.
Okay.
Yeah, just to
Oh, the
get some
stitches.
taken out.
Okay.
Yeah, yeah.
Nothing serious.
No,
Okay.
no, no, not at all. All
All
right,
right.
buddy. Have a good one,
Okay.
Barry. You guys have a great weekend. Keep it tight out there. It's pretty nasty. All right. Bye bye.
All right, guys. I'm back in both rooms. Let's see. Waiting for Andy to. Okay. I think I've taken over the screen in our YouTube room. One more thing to do, and that'll get my music going. I saw this. Look at this McGraw Hill. I mean, obviously they've expanded into digital and all that, but a major publisher in the day. Uh, Earnings play actually was an earnings play yesterday, and for whatever reason, a nice continuation, even on a day like today. Every time we have a little pop, it gets met by a sell. So interesting that McGraw Hill MH has had just a nice little run today again after a big earnings day yesterday. So, guys, I am more than likely going to be putting myself on mute pretty soon. Okay, if you have a question, I will be popping back on the mic. Stocks on Hinge. Well, you can send something to info You're looking for Andy's. He doesn't have an email as such, but everything goes to info at trade-ideas.com. I just put it in, and you can just say sort of attention, Andy. Okay. Yeah, I'm sure they still have to be making. It's like somebody still has to be making textbooks, but I guess they still do. I mean, that's an old company. 1888. 1888. Wow. I'm sure they were going along for decades thinking, well, what could happen to us? You know what? I hemmed and hawed about getting into this SBH, and I just didn't do it. The alert, I was on my break, 12:03, just started my break, SBH, 15:48, just didn't do it. This would have been a nice, I think it's an earnings play. Yeah, it's an earnings play. Just a nice, gentle short. LKQ. Well, let me see if I can understand. Boy, if you can't understand it, I almost guarantee I won't be able to if it's anything financial. Okay, LKQ is working with the Bank of America to try to sell specialty parts business. So what's there not to understand? I guess they have a specialty parts business, part of the LKQ, and they're wanting to sell it. It's a division worth $1 billion. Now, what else do they do? I don't know. If they strip $1 billion out of that, what else do they do? Tesla may stay below 400 for the day. Let's take. I know I caught the tail end of Andy in YouTube, and the guys were talking about Tesla. And this just seems to be the you can click on any large cap stock, and Nasdaq dips 2% as post shutdown optimism fades. Economic anxiety rises. Any moment, guys? Oh man, SBH continues down, guys. A nice alert early. Ah, I see. Okay. All right, guys. Well, what time is it now? 107. So I'm almost for sure leaving at 2, unless something really extraordinary happens. So, one last look today. Yeah, Bitcoin under 100K right now. Wow, is it ever? 995 now? Oh, sorry. I'm sorry. 99,500. Excuse me. Okay, so clicking on my homepage link. Well, do you want to take out a subscription? You can using my promo code Barry15. That will get you 15% off the first month only, or remember now, first month only, or the entire year of a Trade Idea subscription. All I ask, use my code whenever you do want to take out a subscription. It'll help to keep the rooms free. The company tracks the codes. They see my code being used often enough. They don't mind keeping the rooms free. For those of you in YouTube, I just want to show you this. If you want to come into what I call the main room, there's a lot more action in the main room, more traders interacting with each other. You can come in. You can stay in YouTube if you want, but this is how you get into the main room. It's free also. And if you scroll down, keep it simple. Get the trade of the week. You can sign up for it right here. If you don't think you're getting it after signing up, before you contact us, please check your spam folder. And if you have Gmail, check your promotions folder. So you've just taken out a subscription. The first thing you must do, let me back this up. You've clicked on my homepage. You click on my homepage link, go to the education section, and getting started with trade ideas. 12 short videos to get you started. If you don't have trade ideas and you're wondering about the program, you can start off with that second video and go to the end. That should give you an idea about whether it's something you'd like to try, at least for a month. Back to basics. If you are new to trading, this is a free series of videos, 15 of them for you if you're new to trading. And last, if you're looking for my scans or my information, click on my homepage link, scroll down, here they are, middle section. So this is the gap continuation or reversal scan. This is where are you? The movers to the upside versus movers to the downside right over here. It's what we call a compare count window. Pulse resumes over here. I do have other scans that I'm share up. Pulse resumes is here. This is what I use in the pre-market. Pre-market actives up and the pre-market actives down. That's what I use in the pre-market to find those stocks that are, well, obviously the ones that are most up versus the ones excuse me, versus the ones that are most down. I have some other scans that I'm sharing. I do not have them up and running. You can take a look at them though. Here's a momentum scan, the Pepe combo scan, and a couple of races. Okay, large cap race and another race that has nothing to do with market cap or float. So you can get some pretty wild moves. So any questions about anything, my scans or anything else? Please try to keep me interested. Still no market bounce, which means very few gap down and reverse. Okay, very, very few gap down and reversal plays. They'd be in powder blue because, why would a I might get an alert, but I mean, well, I won't even get an alert. There to get an alert, it has to have gapped down and then at least started to make a bit of a move, and I'm just not getting any. CY, CU. Well, okay. I mean, on another day, this should look pretty awesome. I mean, look at this. $5 is the next high. CYCU. That's the next high. Stocks at $4. Had a ton of volume 2 days ago. Moved it a little bit, not much. And there's CYCU. See if there's any any news on it. At the big, yeah, I mean, a few weeks ago or last month. Actually, not last month, but what's that? September at as high as 16, down to 2. And so we do have some room to 5 if you get if you're confident. Even these small ones, I just haven't seen a lot of continuation. Well, the good thing is it's holding over 4. Yeah. Yes, William, yes. Well, I guess keep an eye on it, guys. I mean, the longer it holds over 4, it's not being affected by the market at all. Okay, I'm talking about the CYCU. The low float, 2.6 million in the float. Now let's take a look at this DHC. The reason I'm looking at it, it's a little green in a sea of red. Let's see what's happening with diversified healthcare, not an earnings play. Let's take a look at healthcare just in general. XLV, what is XLV doing? Interesting. So with the market down, so healthcare stocks are doing well. Even consumer staples. I mean, they're not doing great, but it's not negative. Even energy. What the heck is driving it down then? Must be technology, XLK. Yeah, so it's a tech sector that is. How about communications? XLC should be down also. Yeah. How about the banks? Yeah, banks, not much. So it's interesting that, the two weak sectors. Well, I want to take a look at materials, XLB, still above. So the best sector today looks like healthcare, XLV. A nice move. Go to the channel. So this might be an idea for those of you who, let me just bring up the SPY or the, No, that's not what I wanted. Not what I wanted. Sector status, man. So, I mean, this is something that, some of you might rather do. You look at the sector status channel, okay? So the first thing you see is that XLE is now these are from the close and also from the open, okay? So you can see, I mean, these are not like rocket ships or anything, but XLE, XLV, and XLP are up. Okay. The rest of the sectors are down, red. Okay. You can see what the worst sector is, XLK. Okay. Number one. Now you can go, let's just go to XLK, the worst sector. 90%. What does that mean? 90%. That means that 90% of the stocks that make up XLE are down from yesterday's close. Okay, that's doesn't mean that they don't have to be down. Well, like look at STX. So this is the worst one. STX is the worst one. It's down 7%. You click on it, see what's happening. GLW down 6.8%. But another way of looking at this is, well, how about looking at the ones that are bucking the trend? If 90% of the stocks that make up XLK are down, let's take a look at the ones that are up and see if there's anything going on. I mean, they're not up much, but at least Verizon, or sorry, VeriSign. So you can take a look at this. The same thing with communications. You can see that now this is Verizon. Okay, Verizon is up. I don't know if it's an earnings play or not. In fact, it's interesting because the cable companies, the providers, AT&T, T-Mobile, CMCA, cable company, and there's Disney. So you can take a look at these and just sort of look and go, okay, I could play the sectors. Show me the weakest one in the sector, and do I find a way to trade it? Or do I find something that's contrary to the fact that the majority of stocks are down in the sector? Let's find the ones that are moving higher, and maybe we can trade those. The same thing with retail. I mean, 64% are down. Here's Dillard's. Dillard's, I mean, obviously must be an earnings play. I would have to think it's definitely an earnings play. Yeah, Dillard share surge on third quarter earnings beat. Okay, so it's another way, guys, of maybe if you this would be like you could just have this open. You could just do this every single day. Here's consumer staples. 85% of the stocks are up. 14 are down. Let's look at the ones that are down and find out. Okay, here's Dollar Tree, DLTR. The value story cracks as Goldman Sachs issues double downgrade to sell, double downgrade to sell. Okay. Right. Some of you might be interested in that's all you do. Just take a look at this every single day. Okay. Not saying to do it, but that might be of interest for some of you. And that is in the channel bar. And it's called sector status. And the major sectors are here. Notice that you can have your layout. The whole idea of the docked channel bar. Do not go to channel bar. Go to docked channel bar, okay? Because when you click on a channel, any channel in the dock channel bar, here's my layout. My layout will not disappear. If I clicked on something from the old channel bar, my layout will disappear. So the whole idea of the dock channel bar, you don't have to worry about your layout disappearing. You can kind of scroll through Have your layout show in the background? Okay. And I just saw I had an alert for GLTO, so that must have taken out the high of yesterday or the day before. Yesterday. Here we go. So this doesn't care what the market's doing. Still making new lows, guys. We should have just shorted this right from the beginning. Forget all the little pops that has PSFE, all-time low, bad data. I'm sorry, this is not a bio. I'm sorry. This was just a an earnings play. And obviously did not do well. Well, actually, it's a decent spread. 28.92, 29.02. I wonder how long that'll last. 10-cent spread. How long will that last? That's for the GLTO. There you go. Now we're 40 cents. See, the volume is, believe it or not, it's kind of light. I mean, remember, let's see, 3 days ago, the volume was 43 million, only 1.2 today. William, are you really going to hang around till 4 o'clock? Man, uh, look at this PSFE just making new low after new low after new low, all-time low. And you're right, the SPY still printing lows. You're right. There's been no bounce today. Do we remember 2 days? Was it? I think it was 2 days ago. We had that big down day, and then a nice, beautiful recovery all day long. And I think it actually went positive. I would. It ain't gonna happen today. No, you see, I just don't know if you're kidding or not. If you're not kidding, that's pretty awful. Poor dear. Uh, these are the agony of not being in some of these shorts. And these are just gap down and go. All right, how about GAM? GAMB. First of all, it's shortable for me. It is shortable. Oh, wait a minute, or is it? Yeah. Hmm. All right, GAMB. When did I first see it? Okay, it just actually showed up at 115 at 484. So it hasn't moved much underneath that whole number 5. This is a lifetime low. It is under 5. Why not? What could go wrong? Later on in the day, where I think people are thinking, you know what? We're not going to get a bounce. Not that this would bounce with the market, in my opinion, but there's DMAC. So DMAC is also another earnings play and coming into the 200-day moving average. So maybe that'll hold it. Maybe it'll be a bit of a bounce. So guys, I may take off at about quarter to 2. Okay, I got about 15 minutes left. Then I'll always stick around if you have questions. So until then, I think I'll just put myself on mute. If you have a question, I'll come back on the mic and answer. But otherwise, I'm just going to put myself on mute. Okay. Okay, guys. Well, I think I'm going to take off now. Again, I'll hang around if there's a question. If there's no questions, I will, and I'll remember to keep my screen going. I'll put another new message up here. We'll get the surfing on. So if there are no questions, first, the only thing I want to do is in our YouTube room, just again, put my homepage link in so you can head over to the other room if you want. William is going to keep it open till 4-ish. There's a earnings play I guess he wants to see at around 4 o'clock. So the room will be open still for another couple of hours, 2 hours and 15 minutes anyway. So here is my homepage link, and if you click on it, just scroll down a little bit, and you'll see something on the right-hand side that says trading room. So you can come into the trading room. It's free also. So guys, again, I'll keep the screen sharing going. I'm muting myself now. Thanks for all the help all day long. And Obi will open the main room up at 6:45 tomorrow, and I'll open the YouTube room up at around 8:30. So have a great evening, everybody, and we'll see you tomorrow.